You know how to mute it? Just bump it. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show. My name is Rowdy Fuel. I'll be calling the action here this afternoon. Before we get started, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Mr. Alex Remington. He'd like to welcome you and say a few words here this afternoon. Mr. Remington?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Remington, and I proudly represent the Manford FFA chapter as a candidate to serve as the next Northeast Area Vice President. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, before we get things started here this afternoon, you know we live in the greatest country on God's green earth. There are men and women who are fighting for our freedom right now as we speak. We're so very thankful for those men and women, and we'd like to start this event off with a word of prayer followed by the playing of our national anthem. So you saw Mr. Remington down there on the arena floor. Standing next to him to do our prayer today will be Ryder Ratliff from the Coweta FFA, and when he is finished with the prayer, his little sister, Paisley Holmes from the Coweta 4-H, is going to be singing our national anthem. So if you're under the sound of my voice in the barn area or whatever it is that you're doing, we ask that you take just a moment and join us this afternoon as we go to our Lord in prayer, followed by the singing of our national anthem.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for everything you've done for us. I just pray for the exhibitors. I pray that you'll just help their pigs and their animals just stay healthy, God. I just pray for the guests as they drive home and drive here, God. I just pray that we always remember to keep you number one, God. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Ooh.
music can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly hailed at the twilight glass gleaming and the rocket's red glass, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner for the land and of the brave and the home of the brave.
Oh, come on, Muskogee. You can get louder than that. How about it? Make some noise with those kids. Ryder Rattler, Paisley Holmes with a prayer and a national anthem.
Thank you. Where do I give this?
Class 1 Berkshire. We'll get a level on our speakers in the barn area. We're just thankful to have them. Class 1 Berkshires. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you a young man from Lakeland College, Illinois. He'll be evaluating our hogs here today. If you would, be kind enough, put your hands together for Mr. Hayden Wilder. He'll be our official here today and tomorrow. Class 1 Berkshire. You'll be entering the show ring at this time. Class 1 Berkshires entering the show ring at this time. Top 3 in each class. You need to go to the backdrop and have your picture made. Top 3 in each class. You need to go to the backdrop and have your picture made. Annika Barr, just scratch. Thank you. I'd like to say a great big thank you to all of our volunteers around ringside. Connor State College has been kind enough to send us all of our volunteers. Class 1 Berkshire is entering the showing at this time. Class 2 Berkshire will be making their way over to the holding area. Class 2 Berkshire will be making their way over to the holding area. We'll get our sound dialed in the barn and online. If you got friends or family that aren't able to be here, tell them to go to Bravado Wireless. They can watch all the action on Bravado Wireless. Also, for many of you, you kind of understand how the game works here. We'll come into the holding area. The ladies in the back will check you in. Parents, at that point, you'll stop. The kids will move on up to the next check-in spot. Then they'll get them lined up in the alleyway. Once they do so, they'll enter the ring. Class 1 Berkshires. It's showtime on a Monday afternoon. Take a look around ringside. All these banners and signs that you see are people that support these young people. So be sure and thank them whenever you have an opportunity. Tell them how much you appreciate them supporting our youth here at the Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show, presented by St. Francis Hospital. Also remember, ladies and gentlemen, the top 3 out of each class, if you'd be kind enough to go over and take a photo at the backdrop. If you get weighed, then you'll go out of the ring and take a photo at the backdrop, please. Top 3 in each class, take a photo at the backdrop.
Well, good evening. Certainly excited to be here and have the opportunity tonight and all day throughout tomorrow to work through what's going to be a very good hog show. I think if this first class of Berkshires is any indication of kind of what we're getting into, and we get started off with a lightweight Berkshire division here, and a lot kind of goes through my mind in terms of, that kind of 230-ish weight. What should they look like to still have some gas in the tank, and what should they look like to continue moving forward? And I think that all kind of has to work into play. The young man's loud Mark Bear driving across there, for me, became a pretty logical class winner the longer we went out here, just because of the fact that he can get out and go and he can motor. His length of hip, the way he uses his hind leg, to me is better than the gilt that's going to follow him in second. He's consistent in his views off both ends in terms of squareness, in terms of how he genuinely hits the surface. Probably not the most out there in terms of bone or shape, but I think in terms of good fundamental livestock, he checks the most boxes in this particular class. I like the front two-thirds of this gilt, a very good deal that ends up second. I think her skull, I think her arm, I think her back shape, and just the way she opens up out of the backside of her shoulders, very, very good. Her problems come as we get in behind her. That gilt just needs to be longer and leveler in terms of the way she's built out of her hip. Needs to be just a little more authoritative in the way she hits the surface there behind. Some neat parts and pieces in this kind of paler skin bud that ends up in third. I actually think from just a heaviness of skeleton and bone work and comfort level perspective, he's one that you could argue up a spot or two in here because he is a good profile in bud, just in terms of his ability to get out and reach and travel and go. You get right in on him, right behind his blade. He just wants to wash out and fade a little bit too much for me. Got to see him more genuine and square up high there when you get right in on him. This gilt that comes out next, young man's got it presented to a T in terms of skin and hair. Like where she's at from just a body shape perspective. I thought as we worked to the base of this gilt skeleton, I thought she ran out of true width, thought she ran out of feature and foot size, particularly in that view coming right to you, but like her in terms of just freshness, like her in terms of body shape and comfort, a good deal there. Kind of a neat one that's got some parts and pieces that comes out in five, very heavy bone, stout feature kind of a gilt. Just gets to be a little tighter the longer we ask him to go and drive out here. Just got to see her more comfortable in terms of her build. We close and get into a few of them here that maybe just from a balance and build perspective don't quite, maybe don't quite match up as well, but at the same time, still good kind of Berkshires with a good future. My compliments to those 8 Class 1 exhibitors. Put your hands together for them if you will, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of Class 1 Berkshire Hogs. 8th place, Tannenbar, Shady Grove 4-H. 7th place, Tanner Vaughn, Hobart FFA. 6th place, Scarlett Tennyson, Beggs 4-H. 5th place, Kendall Howell, Shakota 4-H. 4th place, Ryder Ratlove, Coweta FFA. 3rd place from the Stillwell FFA, Jet Sellers. 2nd place, Vian 4-H, Olivia Guthrie. And your winner of Class 1 Berkshire from the Coweta FFA, Brody Walker. Class 2 Berkshires entering the show ring at this time. Our Class 1 winners are pinned in your Berkshire breed, 5 to the sale with 5 alternates. So if you are showing a Berkshire and you would like to be considered for sale order, you need to be in the show facility per Mr. Gary Cook. Also in the barn area, if you got youngsters that are willing to say the prayer or sing the national anthem, still got a couple of 3 days open to do that, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. If you got youngsters that are willing and able to sing the national anthem and or say the prayer on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, come see me at the announcer stand. There's no better way to open up a 4-H and FFA activity than having our youngsters say the prayer and sing the national anthem. And we appreciate Paisley Holmes and Ryder Ratliff today opening our event up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, each and every year the hardest part's getting started, and we got started today, and we're thankful. Everyone behind the silver pins, you got to go that way, back towards the bleachers. You can be on the north side of the show ring. You are not allowed on the south side of the show ring unless you're going around the alleyway and get your picture taken. Everybody on the south side of the show ring, exit stage west. Yes, sir.
Another good class in this second group of Berkshires, and some quality at the top in here. Young ladies, really dark presented gilt there that comes out that I like to start. I think, again, just from a standpoint of putting positives together as we drive them. That one's range of motion and flexibility, and the use to a rear leg, particularly over the bear that's going to follow her in second, I think all just a little bit better. I think that one's texture, too, when you get in on her, very, very good in terms of just density, in terms of having the right kind of shape, the right kind of freshness. That's a good pig to start. There's some pieces in that young lady's bear that ends up second. second that initially I was pretty drawn to, just in terms of his proportions, just in terms of how big he opens when you get right on the top side of his body, stout as he goes away from you, got a neat look up front. Longer we go, that bear wants to tighten up and just get a little tentative in terms of the step off his hip and rear skeleton, and I think at the same time, as you get off to the side of him, does he have enough jawbone, does he have enough forearm and true density and feature there as you get him down to the surface. This young man's bear that ends up in third honestly kind of drives his way up. I think once you get past the fact, for me anyways, that he's just a little plainer at the top of his pole and plainer in his throat. From there back, his angles are very, very good. His length of hip is good. The way he uses his hind leg is sure nice. I think comparatively to them initial two, he's a little flatter when you get right on top of him, and at the same time, again, just a little plainer there in terms of his look up front, but like his basic build, like his fundamentals. Probably just a little more power in the young man's gilt that comes out in fourth. Really good through the center part of her body. One that proportions pretty well from the side. I think at the same time, just her kind to me read just a nickel quick and a nickel moderate. I'm probably more critical of the fact that her shoulder blade wants to get just a little too upright and separated from her rib cage. Like to see her just a little more laid back in her angles. Maybe freshen her up a bit in terms of where she's at from a condition perspective. Young man coming out next got a really shapely, extended kind of a gilt. Needs to balance up just a little bit differently in her upper line for me. Got a tendency to pull her hind leg underneath of herself and duck out of her pin just a shot more, like her muscle expression, like her look up front. We're getting to a few of them here coming next. This bear coming out in sixth. Good look from the side and in terms of just his proportions and the way he fits together. Needs a little more feature. Needs a square kind of a hind leg when you get right in on him there behind. Very, very stout feature kind of bear coming out next. Just needs to be more comfortable. Needs to have more range of motion. Get into some we'd like to freshen up and balance up just a bit differently. Another good class of Berkshires. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 2 Berkshire Hogs. 10th place from Orver Falls FFA be Ricky Frazier. 9th place, Riggin Greer, Coweta 4-H. 8th place from Stillwell FFA, Cheyenne Yates. 7th place, Tahlequah FFA, Kaysen Steely. 6th place from the Oaktown FFA, Emery Jackson. 5th place from Coweta 4-H, Brantley Connor. 4th place, Fort Gibson FFA, Gunnar Allen. 3rd place, Warner FFA, Baylor Kasinger. 2nd place, Porter FFA, Kinley Ball. And your winner for the Morris FFA, Allie Sire from the Morris FFA. Class 3 Berkshires entering the show ring at this time. Class 3 Berkshires entering the show ring at this time.
Probably the deepest class of Berkshire is yet to sort. And I think as you kind of get them out here and kind of get a look on things, young lady's gilt we start with, for me, was a pretty comfortable place to land. And again, just from a totals perspective, balance, comfort level, she gets that one head up and rolling across the center of the ring. And I think that one's symmetry and silhouette is as good as any of them. Still uses her rear leg, got plenty of stuff when you get in on top of her. I think she's square and better in the use to her rear leg than both of them, honestly, that come next for different reasons. I think a nice gilt there to start. Could lengthen her hip just a fraction. Don't know if we've got one that's perfect in that regard in this particular class. Young lady's got an interesting gilt in second. Honestly, that one probably hits me a little bit more breeding gilt geared than she does perhaps in a market hog show. Heavy bone, loose jointed, very comfortable. Just got kind of a tough breeding hog look about her, and I like that. I think as you can get critical of her, she's maybe just a little easier in terms of her back line, probably not as powerful in terms of shape when you get right on top of her. Like to base her just a little bit wider as she goes away, but that one just elevation up front and an extension blade forward, and at the same time comfort level ends up getting her over the barrow that lines up in third. Big parts, big pieces in the barrow that ends up third, and I knew he'd be at the top end of things. I didn't know where he would land because I do think when you get right on top of him, just the shape to his blade and his arm and how he rolls out of the top side of his skeleton, very, very good. Ultra stout as he goes away from you. I can't get that barrow to balance when you get him off on a profile. He just runs downhill. He's lower set about his front end. I thought of those initial three, he became the most challenged in terms of his hock usage and the way his rear leg worked and functioned the longer we drove him. There's some neat parts and pieces in him for sure. A young man does a very good job of sticking him. Young lady coming out in four, very shapely, very muscular, very powerful gilt in terms of her upper line. Comes at you pretty square in her knee. Like that about her. I think her big issue is as she goes right away, of those initial four, she's the most suspect in terms of where her hind leg will sit on the outside of her skeleton. Like to bring her hock in, maybe just stouten her forehead and jawline up a bit as well. I thought initially this bird that ends up 5 could have worked a spot or two higher because he's got kind of an immature and youthful look about him, got a neat presence, got good proportions, he's heavy skeleton. I think for one, again, as we kind of get into some of these, I think they tighten up and probably get just a bit more uncomfortable. He needs to go better off his hip and hind leg, especially when you consider of those initial 5 or 6, he'll flatten and close as much as any of them when you get right in on him and then take him down to the surface. Good headed, good arm, good features, like him a good deal. We get into several of them here in 6, 7, 8, very similar kinds, shapely, muscular, good-looking kind of gilts that all just got to go a little bit better for me. They all got to be longer hip, all got to be more comfortable. We got a bear coming out there that probably is a little looser structured. Let him just a little plainer in terms of his shape and plainer in terms of his texture. A couple harder-bodied ones there we close with that are still good in terms of just their look and their eye appeal, though, in terms of their front-end quality. Another good class. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would give the Class 3 Berkshire exhibitors a great big round of applause. We're going to interrupt your show for just a second here. Standing here next to me on my right, our mayor of our great city of Muskogee, Mr. Marlon Coleman. If you would give Mr. Coleman a great big round of applause. He'd like to visit with you just a second.
Let me say good afternoon to all of us on today. One of the best things that I could have ever done was to be certain that the city of Muskogee gave its full support to this junior livestock show. Help me celebrate all of these young people, their parents, and all of their sponsors who helped make this event great. I came by just to welcome everybody and tell you thank you for all that you've done to make Muskogee great, for all you do for livestock. I've lived by one philosophy since I've been engaged with this show, and that is there can be no skyscrapers in Washington, D.C. without livestock on the ground. And so you make America great. Help me celebrate America and your contribution for all we do to live in the greatest country in the world. We were talking earlier today when I was up in the booth about the importance of prayer and how so many of our young people are excited to sign up this week. If you're a young person that wants to pray or sing the national anthem, don't be ashamed about it. Be proud of your country. Be proud of your God, and believe me when I tell you that if our money says in God we trust, then we ought to demonstrate in God we trust by openly expressing our love for God and Jesus Christ our Lord. I'm a little bittersweet about tonight because this is the last time that I'll get to address you as the mayor of the city of Muskogee. I decided not to run for re-election. I've got some family issues. My mom is struggling with dementia and helping my siblings back and forth in Texas. I've got to have time for that. But let me say to this show on tonight, to Rowdy and all of you, you made me feel proud to be the mayor of Muskogee. When I can see families, grandmothers, parents, sponsors take the time and energy to invest in their young people, it's all worth serving in public office. When I can leave office knowing that a young person in Muskogee at this event will feel like they were a contributor to their community, then it was all worth it. It's worth it knowing that parents care, sponsors care, loved ones care, and I'm glad that you care enough to love your city, love your children, and to make your community great. So God bless you. God bless this show on this week, and have a great time.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. We appreciate you taking the time to stop by and visit with us. Class 4 Berkshire, they'll be entering the show ring at this time. Your results are Class 3 Berkshire's 12th place from Muskogee FFA, Aiden Nixon. 11th place, Sage Kasinger from the Warner 4-H. 10th place, Kinley Steely of the Tahlequah FFA. 9th place, Brendan Ugla, Haskell FFA. 8th place, Abby Marks of Warner FFA. 7th place, Cutter Ward of McIntosh County 4-H. 6th place, Abigail Connor, Coweta 4-H. 5th place from the Coweta FFA, Bailey Holland. 4th place, Shakota 4-H, Daisy Prince. 3rd place, Coweta 4-H, Maverick Pickett. 2nd place, Porter 4-H, Roxy Buckmaster. And your winner, Class 3 Berkshire Hogs from McIntosh County 4-H, Addie Britt. Class 4 Berkshire's in the show ring at this time. Class 4 Berkshire's in the show ring at this time. Class 5, you making you with the holding area. There are 5 classes of Berkshire Hogs. Once we complete Class 5, we will take 5 Berkshire Hogs to the sale with 5 alternates. Participants who make the sale, our letter is posted online. You will not get a Muskogee Regional form this year when you make the premium sale. All of those forms are online. Regional sale participant letter, go to MuskogeeRegional.org. MuskogeeRegional.org. I'd like to thank our friends at Serve Pro for being out today, handing out our showmanship pins. We appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen from Serve Pro. Thank you.
little smaller class, but I think a lot of quality at the top end of this next set of Berks. And honestly, maybe that first impression judge or that first impression pass of just extras and ESTs. I don't know if the young ladies maybe hit you, but at the same time, I think he is the EST from just a balance and totals and comfort level perspective out here. I think that one is undoubtedly the best in terms of length of hip and the way he uses his rear leg of the top end of this class. Very fresh, very youthful, very still a little immature in terms of his look, honestly. To me, he reads one like you can continue on the way up, continue to go. His base width is very, very true down low, and yet his shape is still good up high. I like the silhouette he paints there from a profile a good deal. Young ladies got a neat one that ends up second. Moderate, heavy bone, very, very dense haired. I think her upper line sits in her very good. I thought she wanted to just duck and roll her hind leg underneath of herself a bit more and just drop out of her hip a bit the longer we drove them. I didn't think she stayed quite as genuine in terms of base width and just trueness down to the surface. She's maybe the flattest of them initial three, but I think her balance and her look gets her over the one that ends up third. This one in third has got an incredible amount of power. She's probably as big backed and fresh up high and as stout hipped as anything we've seen in the Berkshire show yet today. I thought at times she could potentially work just a little bit higher in class. You get her out here at the top end of things and you just watch her silhouette as she drives profile. She's the lowest fronted. She's the crestiest at the top of her pole. She's the widest stepping behind in terms of where her rear feet set. Very, very neat pieces. Want to see her just put them together a shot better. I like this lighter colored gilt that comes out next. She's a tall fronted, elevated one that's got a neat look up front. Her shape up high is good. Let's you ring out of some of the extras of just bone and feature and density relative to them initial three. What really probably hurt her for me is when you get in behind her, I got to see her rear toe just hit the ground in nickel square. She wants to roll and pivot to the outside of her body a bit more, not stay as true there as she drives away. This one coming out next, stout legs, good shape, stout headed, little harsher in terms of her big body, little rounder out of her hip, just doesn't blend and balance quite as good. Get into a few of them coming next here, maybe from a skeleton and build standpoint, we'd modify just a little bit, see them a shot better in terms of the general assembly, but at the same time, very good group. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Your results of Class 4 Berkshire Hogs. 9th place, Isabella Boland, Keys. 8th place, Ethan Thompson, Coda FFA. 7th place, for Gibson 4H, Luke Caps. 6th place, Coda 4H, Hannah Bowman. 5th place, Wagner FFA, Hayden Hubbard. 4th place, Oakdale FFA, Brooke McGuire. 3rd place, Weber Falls FFA, Hunter Carey. 2nd place, Wagner FFA, Hadley Davis. And your winner from the Morris FFA, Ali Sayre. Class 5 Berkshire's entering the show ring at this time. Class 5 Berkshire's entering the show ring at this time. top 5 out of the first 4 classes of Berkshire. You need to be close to the show ring area. Top 5 out of the first 4 classes of Berkshire. You need to be close to the show ring area. This is our 5th and final class of Berkshire hogs. We will select your Berkshire champion. There will be 5 total Berkshires for the sale with 5 alternates, so please be close if you would like to be considered for sale order in the Berkshire Hog Division.
Well, good way to end in this heavyweight Berkshire drive, and neat bear. I think we land on to start here, and maybe not the most just atypical in terms of his breed marking, but that's not my job, and that's not my role today. Judge them as they come to me, and I think in terms of build, balance, silhouette, proportions from the side, he's very, very good in that regard. I think his bone work down low matches the amount of bulk that he has up top. I think that one's angles, his comfort level, his length of hip, and his ability to go behind is very, very good. I think the question you have on that one is, going right away, does he have just enough right in the seat of his pants for a heavyweight Berkshire? I'd stouten him just a fraction. That's still a good pig to start this particular class. 2 and 3 from these where it probably got just a little bit closer. Would you get out here and drive them? I'll probably sound like a broken record, but I think comfort level and length of step favors this young lady in the blue shirt we end up with in second. Hip and hind leg design, I probably prefer just a nickel relative to the gilt that ends up there in third. She's one that, again, maybe more of a breeding gilt fit for me than maybe a market hog setting. She's not as stout and intense all the way through. Good kind, though, there to be 2. Like the bone, the blade, the arm, the shape, and the skull of this gilt that comes in third. I think if we could lengthen her up and see her just a shot more authoritative and how she planted to the surface behind, to me that one's parts and pieces and breeding value. Again, if you take her out of a market hog show, I think she's got some very, very neat things to talk about there when you think about the next generation. This one coming next, you can let 4, 5, and 6 out because I spend a little bit of time on them kind of in the middle of things. All those hogs have enough muscle. They've all got enough power. Probably from just build and balance perspectives is where I'd modify them a bit. This young lady's gilt we end up with in 4. Front 2/3 of them I'm a pretty big fan of, honestly, just in terms of head carriage and shape. Again, we just need to stretch her out in terms of her hip and see her just a shot more mobile behind. Stout, dense-haired bear coming out here next. A little plainer in terms of his muscle texture, a little flatter right on the top side of his body. He could grab another gear and go as well. Very fresh, shapely one coming out in 6. I thought got the gilt in 6 there. I thought she got the straightest in her shoulder, the most over and upright there in her knee. Just a little hesitant in the way she wanted to travel off either end. Get into a few of them there. We'd like to change a little bit on their feet and legs, maybe freshen them up a bit in terms of their look. Another good class. Again, great way to finish out the heavy Berks.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 5 Berkshire Hogs. Layla Lee begs 4H will be 9th. 8th place, Blaine Caldwell, rolling 4H. 7th place, Adriana Stotts from the Fort Gibson FFA. 6th place, Mackenzie Booth, Fort Gibson FFA. 5th place, Coed FFA, Channing Anderson. 4th place, Wagner FFA, Addison Shipman. 3rd place from Keys will be McKenna Hood. 2nd place, Wagner FFA, Chrissy Lane. And your winner, Class 5 Berkshire Hogs from the Cherokee County 4-H, Macy McQuarrie. We're going to bring our class winners in. If you would, please give a big round of applause to your Class 1 winner from the Coweta FFA, Brody Walker. Your Class 2 winner, if you would, how about a round of applause for Allie Sayer from the Morris FFA. Your Class 3 winner from the McIntosh County 4-H, Addie Britt. Your Class 4 winner from the Morris FFA, Allie Sayer. And your winner out of Class 5 from the Cherokee County 4-H, Macy McQuarrie. There's your class winners in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause as we'll select our champion and reserve champion. 5 to the sale with 5 alternates. 5 to the sale with 5 alternates here in your Berkshire breed. If you'd like to be considered for sale order, you need to be close to the show ring facility.
Very, very good Berkshire lineup out here. And again, this sets the pace and sets the tone for kind of where we're going to head as we work through the rest of the evening and on into tomorrow. Going to be a fun show with some tough decisions to make. And I think you get them out here, and to me, there's probably three of them that at least represent those respective classes that I think you've got to take a look at and you've got to kind of consider in just terms of how the parts and pieces fit together. I think as you get them side by side, though, one that for me does a very effective job of combining enough heaviness of skeleton and feature with yet the right kind of build down low, the right kind of squareness, the right kind of comfort level, and again, I think that all just allows for that very, very neat kind of silhouette from the side. Young ladies, Heavy's going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion Berkshire Hog, going to be exhibited by Macy McQuarrie from the Cherokee County 4-H. Chrissy Lane.
Got that second out. I think another nice one to sure talk about in contention. I guess for me, one that pushed that champion pretty hard, one that I probably prefer relative to the champion just in terms of the real power and the real shape and the real tide that he drives right away with. I thought when you got him right next to each other, I thought the depth from the top of his neck down to the base of his throat wasn't just quite as neat as what the champion's was. I didn't know if his upper rump stayed quite as level. I still think a very, very neat one that's still got some future left. This young lady's Class 4 winner is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Allie Salyer. She'll be your reserve champion. Hadley Davis is in the ring. The ring is correct. This will be your third selection for sale order. We'll select 5 to the sale with 5 alternates. We need to pull Allie's Class 2 first place. Hang on just a second. We need to pull Allie's Class 2 first place. Kinley Ball from the Porter FFA. Kinley Ball from the Porter FFA. Okay, thank you. Kinley Ball will be entering here. Ring is right. Selection number 3.
Third out, there's another one that I thought if we could just raise this one's pin bones up just a shot and just change where the base of her tail sits. There's some wildly neat pieces, and again, one that I think's got some interesting parts to sure study. Young ladies, I believe it was Class 3. They're in a green shirt coming to me now. She's going to be your third out. Congratulations.
Third selection for sale order will be Addie Britt from the McIntosh County 4-H. We're going to bring in Roxy Buckmaster here. This will be your fourth selection for sale order. We'll select 5 to the sale with 5 alternates. Congratulations out of Class 4. Hadley Davis will be your fourth selection. Hunter Carey, third place, Class 4. Hunter Carey entering the ring. If you'd like to be considered for sale order, this will be the 5th selection, and we will take 5 alternates after this. This will be your 5th selection for sale order. Congratulations to Hunter Carey. He will be your 5th selection for sale order. This will be Brooke McGuire, 4th place out of Class 4. We will now take 5 alternates in the Berkshire breed. We will take 5 alternates in the Berkshire breed. Brooke McGuire is in. The ring is right. Congratulations to Brooke McGuire. She will be your first alternate to the sale. Hayden Hubbard out of Class 4. Hayden Hubbard out of Class 4. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'd like to say a great big thank you to St. Francis Health Systems, your title sponsor of this year's Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show. We're 5 deep in Class 4. We're looking for Hayden Hubbard. We ask that you please be close to the show ring if you'd like to be considered for sale order. Hayden Hubbard is on his way. Kids in the show ring, just hang out just a second. Just take a break. Hayden's on the way. Hayden is coming in the out gate. Hayden Hubbard is in the ring. Drive is on. Hannah Bowman, Luke Capps, Ethan Thompson. We ask that you please be ready. This will be your second alternate selection in the Berkshire breed. Out of Class 3, Roxy Buckmaster will be your second alternate. Maverick Pickett. Third place out of Class 3. Thank you, Maverick, for being ready, my friend. This will be your third alternate selection. Out of Class 3, Maverick Pickett will be your third alternate selected. Daisy Prince, fourth place out of Class 3. Remember, the forms that you normally are handed when you make the sale, they are now online. Take a look at them. It is your responsibility to get them. All exhibitors that make the premium sale on Saturday night, get your forms offline. Class 3, Daisy Prince will be your fourth alternate. Bailey Holland, this will be your fifth and final alternate selection. All Berkshire hogs in the warm-up area can be returned to the barn area. This will be your fifth and final alternate selection in a Berkshire breed. Chester's be getting ready. You're next. Class 1 Chester's be making your way over to the holding area. Class 1 Chester's be making your way over to the holding area. All Berkshire hogs in the warmer area are excused. Be sure and get your photos. Pierce Creative Designs, owned and operated by the talented Miss Stacy Pierce, on hand with us here tonight. Out of Class 5, Chrissy Lane will be your fifth alternate. Ladies and gentlemen, give all of the Berkshire hog exhibitors a great big round of applause as they head back to the barn area. Class 1 Chester hog exhibitors, you need to be in the warm-up area, please. Class 1 Chester hog area, warm-up area, please. Class 1 Chester Hogs in the warm-up area. Class 1 Chester Hogs looking to be making their way into the show ring. Like I say, a great big thank you to Bravado Wireless. Our live feed going on all week long. Thank you to Bravado Wireless, a great partnership. Class 1 Chester Hogs entering the show ring at this time. Class 1 Chester Hogs. We got any volunteers that want to say the prayer or sing the national anthem on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday? Come see me. Caleb Dar, you saying a prayer for us? Class 1 Chester Hogs entering the show ring. Class 1 Chester Hogs entering the show ring. Class 2 Chester Hogs be making their way over to the warm-up area. Class 2. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to help support these kids here at the Livestock Show, go by the VIP stage over on the far side. Purchase your keychain. That keychain will get you discounts at lots of places here in Muskogee. Those places are the A&M Window Tint, BKE Concessions, Charlie's Chicken, Chet's, Hamlin's, Pizza Inn, Runk's, Speedway Grill, Watson's, and Woodco Outdoors. So stop by the VIP stage area and get you a keychain and support our youth.
just do classes of chesters. This lightweight class I think is very good in terms of depth and quality, and I weighed 4 out of this group as we kind of worked off both ends in a bigger class, and definitely some differences out here. Young ladies barrel we start with had a very, very good first impression for me in terms of squareness, in terms of feature, in terms of just being a true power hog, but yet still being right at the top of his pole and being neat in his jaw and having some immaturity about him still in a lightweight setting. He probably starts to shove just a little bit more as we drive him out here. I don't know if he's just the most agile one we've seen today, but everything stays genuine and true down to the surface, and he opens up incredibly well when you get right in on top of him. Young lady's gilt, I think, was the 4th one we weighed that ends up in 2nd. Was probably just a little critical of her pastern strength up front at first. Like to pick her feet up just a shot there as she comes at us. You get past that, and I think that gilt shape up high is very, very good. Length of hip, used to her hind leg, arguably as good as any in here. Kind of drives her way towards the top end of things in this class, in my opinion. Maybe at a little bit of just a bulk and power disadvantage at this stage, but that's a nice gilt with a lot of upside, in my opinion, there. The one that ends up there in 3rd, young ladies there in 3rd, to me, good parts, good pieces. Do they all blend? Do they fit together quite like I'd like? That's the question. He's rolled up high. He's heavy boned. He's stout featured. I thought as we got him out here, his shoulder blade wanted to separate from the base of his rib cage. He'd get just a little tippier in the way he's built up front there. Start to shuffle just a bit more behind. I'd like to just prime apart in his forerib. He reads just a nickel dryer and flatter right through his center. Neat pig, though, in terms of squareness, in terms of look, extension up front. Like him a good deal. Very fresh-bodied, big-centered kind of gilt comes next. That, again, I think if you study her down low, range of motion and comfort level certainly checks out good enough and gets her towards the upper end of the discussion in this class. For me, it's up high where I get maybe just a little more critical of her, little punchier there at the top of her crest. I thought of them initial 4. She got the shortest and roundest in terms of her hip. I like to stretch her out in that regard, maybe just stouten up her indicators a shot there. Nice gilt there to end up in 4th. Young man's got a very, very powerful one coming out in 5. Heavy, heavy bone, big bladed, very, very shapely and opened up. His hock gets just a little wide for me as you get right in behind him. Another one that we could probably just intensify in terms of his front pastern quality. See him have just a shot more comfort as he goes. Love his feature, love his density. A couple of them we get into here. This guy's maybe just a little skinnier and greener bodied, but I like his outline. I like his build and presence. We get into some that have plenty of muscle. Maybe run into some challenges from a feet and leg perspective and a balance standpoint. Good way to start those chesters, though. Congratulations to those 13 exhibitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of Class 1 Chester Hogs from the high school 4A will be Emmy Cole. 12th place from Eufaula, Bethany Phelan. 11th place, Sallisaw 4H, Clayton Warner. 10th place, Muldrow FFA, Shadow Henson. 9th place, Coweta 4H, Hannah Bowman. 8th place, Gore FFA, Tatum Perryman. 7th place, Warner FFA, Baylor Kasinger. 6th place, Cherokee County 4H, Ivy Parker. 5th place, Coweta FFA, Matthew Watkins. 4th place, Coweta FFA, Peyton Treat. 3rd place, high school FFA, Hayden Wentworth. 2nd place, Midway 4H, Brindley Horsley. And your winner, Class 1 Chester Hogs from the Stigler FFA, Libby Pryor. Durox, Hamps, and Crosses posted online. Nominations and entry tab, not a drop down. Posted online, Durox, Hamps, and Crosses. Nomination and entry tab, not a drop down. Participants who make the sale, the letter is posted online, MuskogeeRegional.org. Take a look at it. Class 2 Chesters enter the show ring at this time. Class 2 Chesters enter the show ring at this time. Class 2 Chesters are in the show ring. In our Chester division, we will take 3 to the sale with 3 alternates. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates in the Chester division. Hereford exhibitors, be getting it on your mind. Hereford exhibitors, be getting it on your mind. 3 classes of the Hereford Hogs. Ladies and gentlemen, if you happen to pick up the wrong round brush from the warm-up area, Mom would sure like to have it back.
It's a good heavyweight Chester lineup, and some differences probably in maturity, some difference probably targeted endpoints, obviously, to kind of navigate and work through. Young man's barrel we start with hit me very, very good. I think for that breed, I think, again, just the way he's constructed through the upper part of his hip, to have it as big and secure and square and just genuine of a rear leg is what he does. I really like that about him. I think that barrel proportions well. I think he's sure comfortable enough. I think just puts a tremendous amount of positives together as you kind of get him out here and start getting down to the comparison just a bit, if you will. This gilt that we end up with in second, she's probably just a little greasy in terms of where she's at from a condition perspective and just a freshness standpoint for me. Outside of that, heavy bone, square bill, true down low, actually the right length of body from the side for me to let her balance up pretty good. She's square behind in the gilt that's going to follow her in third, and yet I still think opens with plenty of power when you get right on top of her. High in pieces, high impact kind of gilt ends up in third. just in terms of her freshness, her spread, her density. I love all those things about her. As we kind of get her out here at the top end of things, of those initial three, she'll set the widest in her stifle joint and hock. She'll get the most suspect in terms of her front foot quality. Want to just modify her a bit off both ends of her body because her pieces are wickedly neat and cool. The one that comes out in fourth, young man that comes out here in fourth and kind of drives his way up. Bear that I like in terms of his maturity pattern. He's got still some length ahead of his blade. He's heavy boned. He's stout featured. I think maybe his hair coat made it just a little harder for me to kind of find him and study him at first. For me, he gets just a little flatter right there through the center part of his body. One that could be getting just a little stiltier there out of his shoulder and his knee set as well. But again, square up high, big pin set, so pretty mobile kind of rear leg in him. Really youthful, fresh, well-presented one coming out next. Like this gill's comfort level, like her squareness coming to me. Thought of those initial five or so. She ran out of the most feature, ran out of the most intensity as you got right down to the surface. Maybe could just lengthen her at the top of her hip a bit there as well. But a nice kind of representative there. We get into some coming out next. Nice pattern one here that needs just a little more in terms of center, in terms of freshness. Get into some that are plenty stout and powerful. Maybe modify them just a little bit in terms of the maturity. Modify a bit in terms of the build quality. Good class of Chesters. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of Class 2 Chester Hogs. 14th, Ethan Smith, Stigler, FFA. 13, Katie Frazier, Wilbur Falls, FFA. 12th place, Ethan Smith, Stigler, FFA. 11th, Lane Boatner, Morris, FFA. 10th place, going to be Bentley Gibson, Briggs, 4H. 9th place, Gentry, Whitworth, Haskell, FFA. 8th place, Riley Jones, Weber Falls, FFA. 7th place, Brendan Ugla, Haskell, FFA. 6th place, Kinley Steely, Tahlequah, FFA. 5th place, Hayden Hubbard, Wagner, FFA. 4th place, Jace Clark, Morris, FFA. 3rd place from the Covid FFA, Peyton Treat. 2nd place, Carly Gwynn from the Porter FFA. And your winner of Class 2 Chester Hogs, Garrison Todd of the Porter FFA. Congratulations, your Class 1 winner. Put your hands together from the Stigler FFA. It's Libby Pryor. And your Class 2 Chester winner from the Porter FFA, Garrison Todd. Three to the sale with three alternates here in the Chester Hog Division. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates. That's 6 selections. And then we will move into the Hereford Hog Division. Class 1, Hereford Hogs. You need to be making your way to the holding area.
My compliments to them two exhibitors of bringing these bears out of two really big classes that had some depth and quality to them. And, you know, honestly, I kind of reflect on these two as they come back out. And this decision is probably a little bit of a defining moment for me because it's really about what you want to stand for. Do you want to take one that is just way out there and way out on the edges and, you know, how much is too much becomes a question mark versus one that's just so fundamental and so true and so square but maybe not as out there, right? So I think it's kind of a fun pair to go back and forth on and to think about the one that I would personally take home in terms of build quality, in terms of rear leg density, rear leg comfort, and particularly squareness of knee and elbow and forearm as he drives right to me and just being a shot more within his body. Young man's heavyweight's going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Your champion Chester Hog, exhibited by Garrison Todd of the Porter FFA. Carly Gwynn from Porter FFA in for selection of your reserve champion.
Drop that second heavy in, and again, I think will be one that we can sure discuss as we go through. As we go back to that Class 1 winner, I mean, again, just absolutely maxed out in terms of width and freshness and volume and still draws up a neat look. Again, as you kind of get him out here next to that champion, I thought just the placement to his elbow and his arm as he come right to you got just a little bit more suspect. Didn't know if he had the same kind of comfort level, but at the same time, he's hard to make, he's hard to put together. The lightweight your reserve Chester. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion will be Libby Pryor from the Stigler FFA. Brindley Horsley will be in for your third selection for sale order, and then we'll select 3 alternates. So 4 more selections. Carly Gwynn will be your 3rd selection in the Chester division. Peyton Treat, this will be your 1st alternate selected. We will select 3 alternates. Peyton Treat will be your 1st alternate selected. Jace Clark. 2 more selections here in the Chester breed. 2 more, and then we'll move into the Hereford Hogs. Your 2nd alternate will be Brindley, Horsley, Hayden, Wentworth. This will be your final selection. All Chester hogs in the holding area can be excused. Hereford Hog Exhibitors Class 1, make your way over the holding area. Your 3rd and final alternate selected is Jace Clark from the Morris FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, give all of your Chester Hog Exhibitors a big round of applause. Class 1 Hereford Hogs making their way into the holding area. Class 1 Hereford Hogs making their way into the holding area. Thank you to all of our ring help around ringside that are helping our youth. Like I say, a great big thank you to Mr. Craig and Mr. Baker and all of our help around show ringside. Thank you to Conner State College for sending our youth to help here today. Class 1 Hereford Hogs. You need to be in a holding area. There are 3 classes of Hereford Hogs. 3 classes of Hereford Hogs. Remember, kids that make the sale, participants who make the sale, the letter is posted online. Go to MuskogeeRegional.org, MuskogeeRegional.org. Print off the form, MuskogeeRegional.org. Go to forms, then go to Muskogee Regional Sale Participants Letter. Hereford Hog Exhibitors, Class 1 need to be in a holding area, Class 2 in a makeup area, Class 3 be getting it on your mind. Hereford Hog Exhibitors, followed by the Poland and the Spots. The New Yorks, 8 o'clock start time in the morning, 8 o'clock start time tomorrow morning. Durocs, Hamps, and Crosses online. Posted online. Nominations and entry tab, not a drop down. Thank you to Bravado Wireless for a live feed here at the Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show. Presented to you, St. Francis Health System.
Good bear to win this lightweight Hereford class, and if this guy could grab another gear and probably just increase his flexibility a bit, man, I think his outline and his general build and pattern from the side and his squareness down low is very, very good. He's a pretty logical place for me to start. Young lady's flighty-eared gill here. It's going to be second. Very fresh-centered, very good in terms of shape. Front two-thirds of this one I like. You get behind her, and to me, where she loses the battle is length of rump and just use and stability to her hind leg. Still a nice one there to represent in second. Shapely, big arm, big skull, kind of a gilt that comes here in third. Little drier and harsher right there through her mid-body. A little more tied up in the way she'll travel and go there off her rear too. I thought third and fourth was close in terms of a scale slot there, putting the top three together. I do like this bear's pliability. I like his just his range of motion out of his front end. Just reads a little plain and nondescript in terms of his texture. A little plainer there at the top of his shoulder and not as aggressive in terms of muscle all the way through. We get into some of them then 5 on down. Good pattern, good outline hogs. Probably just a little immature in their look, a little flatter in their makeup. Good way to start out the Hereford show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of Class 1 Hereford Hogs. 8th place, Joseph Kaiser, Haskell 4H. 7th place from the Stigler FFA, Rebel Hanson. 6th place, Haskell 4H, Taylor Kaiser. 5th place, Haskell 4H, Braxton Lawson. 4th place, Wilson FFA, David Cullum. 3rd place, Hobart FFA, Briley Birchfield. 2nd place, Stigler FFA, Libby Pryor. And your winner of Class 1 Hereford Hogs from the Oakdale FFA, Lake Jackson. Class 2 Hereford exhibitors entering the showing at this time. Class 2 Hereford exhibitors entering the showing at this time. Class 3, make way over the holding area. Hereford Hog exhibitors 3 to the sale with 3 alternates. All right, the classes for tomorrow are online, and they are broke online. Go to MuskogeeRegional.org. Hold down nominations. And then they'll be right there on your page. MuskogeeRegional.org. Hold down nominations, and then hold down the little window, I guess. Don't get me to IT in it, that's for sure.
kind of up the depth and the quality in the middleweight Herefords. I guess with that said, I think the class winner is pretty easy to find. Just very, very opened up when you get in on either end of them. And what separates him from me in this group is his ability to still go, his ability to still flex and use his skeleton and reach. That's a neat Hereford bearer there to start things up. From 2 through 4, it's probably where I could listen to some debate and discussion just in terms of where you want to land priorities. And honestly, not only from a color pattern standpoint, but just from a general build and design and just type perspective, I thought this young lady's loud mark bearer in second best followed the class winner in terms of a stout, square-built one. It's really impressive up high. Probably goes away the next best there in terms of just dimension and power all the way from the top of his hip down to the surface. I didn't think he was near as coordinated. I didn't think he was as stout in terms of his lower footing there as what your class winner is, but that's a nice pig there to end up in second. The darker, the more conservative mark one I'll say there in third, one that again, shape and freshness up high is good. You get him on a profile, and I thought of those initial 3 from a balance perspective. He's the crestiest there at the top of his pole. Once he gets round out of the top of his hip a bit more, want to change it in his back line and just how that all fits together. But that one's more genuine and powerful than the gilt in fourth. That's what sorted that decision for me. Honestly, of 2 through 4, the gilt that comes out in fourth is probably my favorite from the side, just in terms of her pattern, her transitions, her look, and her presence. The problem is coming and going. There's simply not enough of her in terms of width and spread at the surface. I need to make that one stouter. I like her general build quality and skeleton a good deal. Shapely when coming out next, gets a little tight in terms of her spine, wants to duck underneath herself just a bit more there as she goes. We get into some there, I got a heavier sheath bear here, maybe throws his balance off a bit, where he's just a bit drier there through his body, but a big forearm and a stout skull in that one. Real shapely, dense one coming out in seventh, but just too tight in her hind leg. A couple of them that just get a bit more fragile in terms of their makeup that we close with. Nice job to those middleweight Hereford exhibitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of Class 2 Hereford Hogs. 9th place, Tannehill from Fort Gibson, 4H. 8th place, Ruby Tennyson of the Biggs, FFA. 7th place from Woodall, it'll be Izzy Walls. 6th place, Muskogee FFA, Gabby Green. 5th place, Vian FFA, Cash Collin. 4th place, Midway FFA, Cheyenne Van Brunt. 3rd place, Morris 4H, Haley Sullins. 2nd place, Morris FFA, Elias Salyer. 2nd place. And your winner from the Kuwait FFA, Tristan Nelson, Class 2 Hereford. Congratulations. Class 3 Hereford Hog exhibitors in the showing at this time. Class 3 Hereford Hog exhibitors in the showing at this time. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates. Poland Hog exhibitors. You need to be thinking about it. Poland Hog exhibitors.
interesting class to put together. Again, as you try to find the one that puts the most totals and the positives, but yet still hits you with quality. And to me, the Young Man's Guild out here closest to me, just from a standpoint of uniqueness, from the standpoint of really head and neck carriage, freshness of shape, presentation, comfort level from the side, very good. Her question mark is when you get behind her, we kind of see it there as she comes off the scales. Is she just true enough and square enough in terms of her hind leg? That's her question mark. Outside of that, I think she's got an awful lot of neat things to talk about. Young Man's Guilt that ends up in second, again, as you kind of get her back out here, I think she's one that just kind of grows on you is the best way I can describe it. I think her skeleton's pretty fundamental. Arguably, she's got the best rear leg of these top three in terms of squareness and reach. Body shape is good. Levelness is good. A little flatter in terms of her blade and her forearm and her jawline. I just didn't read the density of feature in that gill. Maybe pick her front feet up just a little bit and open her chest. But I think from there back, long-hipped and really fundamental in terms of her rear leg. A more moderate, opened up, powerful kind of gill that comes here in three. She's, for me, starting to be just a little mature in terms of her look there ahead of her blade. And again, one that I think as we work to the back part of her skeleton, her hip gets a bit shorter and rounder. Her honk wants to deviate just a bit more. Love her power and love her width. Good pattern kind of a gill. I kind of struggle to get a read on this gill that comes out in fourth. She kind of wants to just wants to be down-headed a bit more, and I think part of that's due to her being just a little straighter shoulder and probably tying her neck just a little lower on the front of her blade. When young lady does get her up and get her rolling there, I actually think she's really fresh up high. I think her upper line sits in her good, pretty fundamental from that standpoint. One that I'd like to stout in terms of her feature, pick her front feet up and open her up in her chest just a bit there, as we talked on another one ahead of her. This gill coming out next up high, I like in terms of freshness and spread. She doesn't have enough bone, doesn't have enough squareness and stoutness down low to match up high, but I think one that you got to like. He's done a nice job on skin and hair and presentation. Get into some here that maybe challenge a little bit more from a structure standpoint. Still hogs that have some power to them in a heavyweight setting. My compliments to those 8 exhibitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of Class 3 Hereford Hogs. 8th place, Cody Grider, Wilson FFA. 7th place from the Cody 4H, Reese Anderson. 6th place from Keys, it'll be Brooklyn Pardue. 5th place, Willerfall FFA, Bo Kunkel. 4th place, Midway 4H, JC Underwood. 3rd place, Homer 4H, Landon Chester. 2nd place, Haskell FFA, Brendan Ugala. And your winner, Class 3 from the Hobart FFA, going to be Tanner Vaughn. We're going to bring in our champions here in your Hereford division out of class number 1. Coming into the ring from the Oakdale FFA, please put your hands together for Lake Jackson. Your Class 2 winner from the Coed FFA. How about a round of applause for Tristan Nelson? And rounding out your Class 3 from the Hobart FFA. How about it? Let's hear it for Tanner Vaughn.
Very nice trio of class winners out here as they work through and put a sale order together on the Herefords. Good kinds represented. Obviously, as you kind of work through, we've talked about maybe those that are geared more in a breeding gilt setting versus, a barra setting, obviously. And I think that's always fun to kind of piece together in a market hog show. I don't think it matters in this drive, honestly. I think you can make this one whatever you wanted and target them wherever you want. I think this one's just good livestock. A young lady's middleweight's going to be your champion, Hereford. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion Hereford, exhibited by Tristan Nelson of the Coed FFA. Aaliyah Sawyer in from the Morris FFA for selection of your reserve champion. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates here in the Hereford division. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates.
we drop that second out, and we said, maybe relative and next to that eventual champion, was he just as comfortable and secure at the ground? I don't know. That's probably what got him in just a little bit of trouble in class. But at the same time, when you think about, what kind of needs to surface from just the squareness and roundness of body and just genuine build perspective, he needs to get in there next. Young lady second will be reserved. Congrats.
Reserve champion Aaliyah Sawyer for the Morris FFA will be reserve champion. Haley Sullins, third place out of Class 2. Haley Sullins, third place out of Class 2.
Good job. That ain't no good. High stepper in a box.
Haley Sullins will be your third selection for sale order. We're going to go to the first alternate. We're going to bring in Cheyenne Van Brunt, fourth place out of Class 2. Cheyenne Van Brunt. Cheyenne Van Brunt from Midway, FFA. We need your fourth place, Class 2, Hereford. She's right here, he says. Coming in at that gate. Tanner Vaughn will be your first alternate selected. He'll come out of Class 3. Brendan Ugla in for the second alternate selection. Two more selections here in the Hereford division. Two more. Congratulations to Cheyenne Van Brunt. That will be your second alternate selection. Cash Collins, fifth place out of Class 2. From the Ryan FFA, Cash Collins in the back. Coming in. Thank you, Mr. Collins, for being ready. This will be your final selection in the Hereford division. Poland's Class 1, Poland. You need to make your way to the holding area, please. Class 1, Poland. You need to be making your way to the holding area, please. This will be your third alternate selected. Brendan Ugler will be the third alternate. Ladies and gentlemen, give all of our Hereford hog exhibitors a great big round of applause.
What are we doing here? We have adults driving a hog through the ring. Oh, I gotcha. Everything good, boss?
Riley Jones, Weber Falls, we need you, Class 1. Riley Jones, Weber Falls, we need you.
How y'all are? Good. Good, good, good. Good. I think I'm good. Dennis, Dar, Caleb. Caleb Dar, the little hands are up here. He's just a junior, I think. He was looking for me, probably. A little turd. Too long for me today. I don't know. I don't know. Couple of Poland. Bless you.
Class 1 Polands entered the showing at this time. Class 1, there are 2 classes of Polands, 3 classes Spots, and 3 classes of Yorks. 2, 3, and 3.
I just ride with you. I figured I seen somebody stand outside and honk.
This is a real nice group of lightweight Polands to get out here and piece together. I guess at no point was I never not going to start with this young man's black-legged gill here in the center driving away from me. You want to talk about build, balance, structure, feature, comfort level, everything matches, everything fits together. She's right at the ground. She's consistent on both ends. Presented to a T. I like that one. Young man's bear that is second. He's a load. That thing is arguably for a lightweight. He's maybe just as round-ribbed and as up in his shape and as big up high in any of these Class 1s, of any of these breeds that we've seen today. Enormous when you get on top of him. Very, very stout in terms of his pin set. I thought as we took him to the ground, his hock and rear foot could be just a nickel truer. I didn't think he was as mobile behind as what your class winner was. Didn't know if he had quite the feature just to match everything up top. But that one's way, way opened up and still gets around. It's a nice pig there. Probably the breeding piece ends up in third. Additionally, he's got a gilt that's got enormous feature. Got a very big forearm, a very big rear leg. I love that one's head shape. I love her skull. There's some very, very neat parts in that one. I just wish she transitioned a little bit neater from the top of her blade back into her ham loin. The gilt to me read just a nickel flatter and drier back through her mid-body. I didn't think balance was in her favor. I didn't think length of stride was in her favor relative or next to a couple of those ahead. That one's got some very, very neat parts there, I think, when you think about long-term as well. A good structured one coming out next, long hip, good rear leg. This one runs downhill just a nickel more from a profile. I like to just elevate him at the top of the shoulder. I thought of those initial 4 or 5, he probably got the flattest when he got right in on him and just studied true rib shape and true width. Good basic build and general kind though. This young man's doing a very good job that comes out next. He's got a gilt that's probably just a little more muscular, just a little bit more opened up than the one right ahead of him in class. Like to just reblend that gilt's ham loin junction, change her hind leg just a bit as she gets out and goes, but he's doing a great job with a gilt that's loaded with muscle, loaded with power. A couple of them that come here, we'd like to maybe change them a bit from a built and balance perspective, maybe freshen them up just a shot. Fun class of Polands to start on. My compliments to those 8.
Seventh and eighth place in the Poland division from Weber Falls, Bradley. Sixth place, Weber Falls, FFA, Riley Jones. Fifth place, Beggs 4-H, Cord Groves. Fourth place, Muskogee, FFA, Jackson Lumpkin. Third place, Porter, FFA, Kendall Gwynn. Second place, Weber Falls, FFA, Brutus Robinson. And your winner from the Morris FFA, Jackson Selvage. Class 2 Polands entering a showing at this time. Class 2 Polands entering a showing at this time. In the Poland division, 3 to the sale with 3 alternates. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates in the Poland breed. Polands followed by Spots and Yorks. Polands, Spots and Yorks.
Is that bad? Statler needs a drink. Does he have a drink? Tara's feeding him suckers, ice cream, M&M's. He got some. I was hungry. Who'd we say? Lord of mercy. I had to stop by Arlen and Sanders to get supper last night, Sherman. Drove 7.5 hours to get supper and had to go to Arlen and Sanders. Now, I'm telling you the gospel. And today she said, I'll feed you the hot dog. He does it 9 months out of the year, huh?
maybe the deepest class through at least 7 or 8 or so that we've had to work through, honestly, tonight as we get into these heavyweight pole ones. And I think a lot of quality all the way through, to be honest with you. Gilt we're going to start with, Gilt that I like the longer we go. She hit the ring just a nickel tight, just a nickel tentative in terms of her step. She comes back off the scales and kind of settles in and grabs a gear. And I think she's far and away the most unique one in terms of feature, in terms of skull, in terms of squareness. Got a big but clean kind of rear leg set in her. I think that one's proportions are the best of what we have out here. I think a high quality one there to start this particular class. Young lady's Gilt that I weighed first that ends up second. Man, again, some critics may say she's not the broadest or the stoutest in a market hog show. Maybe she is a little bit more breeding Gilt gear, and that's okay. For me, it's a pig show, and she's one that I can identify with in terms of just her looseness of build, her design, her balance from the side. Everything fits on that one. You get right in on her relative to maybe that class winner. She'll give up some arms. She'll give up some features. She doesn't come at you. It's broad right there in the base of her chest, but that one just screams quality in terms of her balance and her symmetry, and I'm willing to give up a little bit of power to do that. And if you want to say, hey, the Gilded Thirds is opened up and broad and bulky as any of them initial 3, I get it. Up high, she's probably as impressive as any, just in how she opens right out of the back of her blade and right there through the center part of her rib cage. I get that. We take her to the ground. I thought her knee and her elbow and her front foot became the most suspect of them initial 3, and right out the gate, I thought that Gilt wanted to just duck out of her pins and just pull her rear leg underneath of herself a shot more than I'd do my deal. Maxed out, fresh, well presented, good kind of pig there. This is a good pull and bearing for it. Stout, big-legged, dense, rugged kind of one that's got plenty of power, good hair coat. I like that about him. Reads a little mature from the top of his pole down to the base of his throat. Doesn't read maybe as expressive and descript there in terms of his shape up top. Maybe like to set his knee back in him just a little bit, like his stoutness, like his feature. This one's a little later maturing that comes out here next in 5. Good shape up top. One that I think motor's pretty good behind. She kind of caves and funnels coming right to me. One that, again, maybe starting to read just a little plainer there at the top of her pole. Didn't think she was quite as stout down low, but I think that one's one that's got to stay within initial discussion there. Like I said, I thought it was a deep class in terms of quality. This one comes out next, a bear that I thought just got a little tight. His general outline and pattern's good. I didn't think his endurance and his comfort level was quite as on point. This one coming out next, this Gilt, for me, wants to get just a little quick, probably from where she's at from a maturity perspective. Maybe just a little bit of a low rider in terms of where you see her long term. This one coming next, big extended one that's shaped a little harsher at her ham loin, a little tighter moving. We'll close with a couple that we could balance differently. That's a good class of pole ones. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of Class 2 Poland Hogs. 12th place, Braxton McClendon. 11th place, Emily Cole of the high school 4-H. 10th place, Braxton McClendon. 9th place, Luke Wisdom, Gore FFA. 8th place, McKenna Hood from Keys. 7th place, Tristan Nelson. 6th place, Chastity Smith. 5th place, Fair Dupree, Porter 4-H. 4th place, Hunter Carey. 3rd place, Macy McQuarrie, Cherokee County 4-H. 2nd place, for Gibson FFA, Macy Childers, senior winner. From Eufaula, be Madison Lee. She'll be in here along with Jackson Selvage, your Class 1 winner here in your Poland Hog Division. We'll take 3 to the sale with 3 alternates. Spots, be getting it on your mind. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates here in the Poland Division.
Again, probably one of the smaller breeds from a number, maybe the smallest breed numbers-wise that we've been through a 4 tonight, but I'm not so sure the depth or the percentage of those that you could sure justify having to the top end isn't as high as any of these Polands. My compliments to those exhibitors, and both these Gilts honestly come out of good classes, and they come out of here and they fit a similar kind of mold for me, just in terms of being the right length of body, having the right general build, having the right general kind of makeup and pattern. And I guess you've got a decision between a little more range of motion and just a little more feature, a little more uniqueness. And I think the one that just comes out here and just looks a little bit more like a champion in terms of her head carriage, in terms of her presence, in terms of those intangibles that are hard to make and put together, it's the young ladies Class 2 Gill. She'll be your champion Poland.
Congratulations to Madison Lee. You follow 4H. Macy Childress from Fort Gibson FFA coming in.
That Miss Gina, that Madison Lee will be 4H. You follow 4H.
Talked about the gilt that was second behind your champion there. Just build, balance, comfort. Probably not the stoutest one we've seen today. Not the most opened up one, but a very good kind for me. I guess for reserve, there's one again. Think back to class. Just comfort level, build, quality at the ground. Didn't know if she just comes out here just quite as unique looking up front as your champion. I didn't know if she's maybe as out there in a spot or two, but still very, very good livestock. Young man's Class 1 gilt. It's going to be a reserve Poland.
Reserve champion from Morris FFA, Jackson Selvage. Brutus Robinson, second place out of Class 1. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates. This will be selection number 3 in the Poland division. Congratulations to Macy Childress. She'll be your 3rd selection. Macy McQuarrie coming in. First alternate selection. Congratulations to Macy McQuarrie. She'll be your first alternate. Hunter Carey. Hunter Carey will be your second alternate. Farrah Dupree. We're going to have to make 4 alternates here. Miss Gina said 4 alternates. Farrah Dupree will be your 3rd alternate. Chastity Smith, one more. Miss Gina said 1 more alternate. Chastity Smith, 6th place out of Class 2. Miss Gina just added 1 more alternate. So Miss Chastity Smith, 6th place out of Class 2. Please, ma'am. Miss Chastity Smith from Vian FFA out of Class 2. You're all right. Not a problem, Miss Gina. Miss Chastity Smith from the Vian FFA. For the Poland out of Class 2. You look down the alleyway and see if they're coming. Chastity Smith from the Vian FFA. Got any word in the barn area if she's on the way? We added 1 more alternate at the last minute, so she probably didn't expect to be called, but Chastity Smith from the Vian FFA. If we can get word from the barn area there, possibly. Chastity said scratch. Thank you. Congratulations to Brutus Robinson. He'll be your 4th alternate. Ladies and gentlemen, give all of our Poland exhibitors a big round of applause. We're going to move to our spot exhibitors. Spot exhibitors, Class 1 spots.
Thank you, sir. Hey, listen. Who?
Annika Barr, if you're here, we need Annika Barr, Class 1 spots. Class 1 spots centered and showing at this time. There are 3 classes of spots, and we'll do the same thing. 3 the sale order with 3 alternates possibly. Annika Barr, if you're here from the Tahlequah FFA, somebody let us know on Annika Barr, please. Annika Barr, Class 1 spots, Tahlequah FFA. Annika Barr. Class 1 spots, centered and showing. Class 1 spots, centered and showing. Class 2 spots. Make your way over to the holding area, followed by Class 3 spots.
person just come home for the day, or what? Skipping class tomorrow.
Very good trio of spots in this lightweight class, and class just kind of broke out there. I just sent these three all to the scales pretty quick and really didn't study too much until we had them out here alone, and they're all three very good. Probably one of just the harder alignments of the top three that I've had thus far tonight, because I would take a chance feeding any one of these three. I think they've all got tremendous parts and pieces. They've all got some things that I really like. And I guess for me, probably the thing that I was the most comfortable with as we got out here was saying that this young lady's kind of ladder mark, no white gilt there, what was our winner. I think that one's so consistent in terms of squareness and her joint work and just how true she is in her bone column from the top of her skeleton all the way down to her footing. I think her upper line is seamless. I think her length of hip is on point. She's not the chubbiest bodied one out here of them, and I guess once you get past that and say maybe she hadn't just fleshed and bulked like a couple others have, I think that one's got just the highest rent, hardest to make pieces that really to me just has a lot of intrigue and a lot of value. Very nice gilt to start. The one that's the most ready today is the young lady's gilt that's going to end up second, just in terms of shape and spread to her mid-body. Very impressive when you get right on top of her in terms of how she opens in the upper portion of her skeleton. I thought from a profile she was arguably the roughest of them initial three in terms of just right there at the top of her neck, and probably more so for me just the link to her hip. I thought you could argue that when you kind of put some of those little things together that her hip got the quickest there of those initial three, but I think she's more genuine in terms of spread, in terms of feature, in terms of real power than the bear in third. This bear in third is a very good looking one. I think this one's throat latch and jawline and crest and just extension blade forward, awfully neat. I think that's very attractive. I think he's a good balanced one. He looks like a show pig who's honestly still on his way up. We get him out here. I think he is the most fragile of them initial three. For me, he probably got just the most up in his rear ankle and there in his rear pastern, arguably the straightest in the set to his knee of those initial three the longer we really drove them, and as a result wanted to shove just a nickel more on both ends. Maybe not as impressive in terms of just shape when you get right in behind him. That's a good one, though. I think he's got a very bright future. 4 and 5, we can kick them out together. Very similar. They're both shapely, stout-featured kind of gilts. Both of them need to go just a little bit better. I think they're just a little more upright, and that probably hinders their skeleton just a bit more, hinders their balance just a bit more. Love their shape, love their freshness, love their presentation. Couple gilts coming out next. Good-bodied ones, maybe get just a nickel planer, lower set here in this case. Couple of them, we'd modify structure on just a bit. Great way to start out our spots. My compliments.
10th place from Wimber Falls FFA, Taya Bradley. 9th place, Tahlequah FFA, Annika Barr. 8th place, Keys FFA, Ashton Dearduff. 7th place, Fort Gibson FFA, Reagan Jackson. 6th place, Coda FFA, Wyatt Hummer. 5th place, from the Porter FFA, Wyatt Kirkley. 4th place, Haskell FFA, Sailor Brown. 3rd place, Morris FFA, Emma Selvage. 2nd place, from the Dakota FFA, Blaze Roper. And your winner, Class 1 spots from the Wagner FFA, Hadley Davis. Class 2 spots entered the showing at this time. Class 2 spots entered the showing at this time. How you, Brody Summer? Class 3 spots be making way over to the holding area, please. Class 3 spots in the spot division. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates.
I gotta get out and walk every now and then. I have. I just got home last night. No. I got picked up 4 days of NCHA cutting this year. And the cutting, they keep backing it up. They get so many horse events, they just keep backing it up to begin earlier and earlier. No, I got 4 days of NCHA cutting starting last Thursday a week ago. And then I had Monday and Tuesday off, and I just stayed down there. And then the 2 days of ranch sorting, and then Friday, Saturday, and yesterday I had 3 days of ranch rodeo. What? Hey, how are you, sir? I'm good, man. Good to see you. Yes, sir. Yep. Well, good. I got you. Where you headed to? Cool. Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. Where's she playing ball at? Oh. Gotcha. I gotcha. Okay. No, I understand that. I understand that. Carly done all that tournament and travel ball team and all that stuff, so, yeah. No, we're not. We are not. Trust me. No, I got it. I got the mute button on. Yeah, I got the mute button on, so we're good. Yep, we're good. Uh-oh. Yes, sir. Yep. Oh, yeah. Probably so. We're fit to weigh one out. Yep, I bet you so. There's questioning the weight broke down. Oh, I didn't invite anybody. I just got back from Houston. He does. Absolutely. Absolutely. He makes a point, and it's not always the first night, but he makes a point to be here. And the first year he came, and I mean, he didn't know where he was at. You know, I mean, he had his boots on, but his boots were up to here, and he does every year. He sat up there with me for a few minutes before we spoke, you know. But I asked him, I said, how big a hurry are you in? I can get you on, but I need to go to your time to get there. And I was going to try to do in between classes, but it wasn't going to work out. And so I said, come on, we're going to let you. And he fit very well. He said to me, the new man was coming in, Patrick Taylor. He said, I didn't want him. He needs to be seen. So, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he asked me a few questions over there, you know, I told him, and so he speaks very well. He's always spoken well. I've had several dealings with him outside, and he always speaks very well. Oh, yeah, always speaks very well. And he shared with me that he shared a little bit, you know, his mother had Alzheimer's. He said his mom had dementia, and his brother had to take care of his mom, so he had to take care of his brothers and his mom. But he's staying home with children. He hasn't been married, but he's staying home with children. He's got his job with the tourism department and a yacht crew, and that's good, but he said, yeah, he's going to stay here. I hope so. He was with me. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Be safe. Yeah. I thought I had to go to Houston and miss the game last night, so I had to take a pain, y'all. I had 3 days in SSO training. I had 2 days in Hereford, and 2 days in West Radio, and then of course yesterday the first day of being with Youth Ranch Radio in Houston. I was an accident. I was an accident. Yeah, it was really good. That ranch radio down there pay $168,500. The youth ranch radio down there pay $8,000. People that don't have never been out there, if you've never been, you need to go.
Tara. We get into this middleweight class. It may be just a little more challenging to put together in a spot or two. Fundamentals, totals, young lady's white-eared gilt here, I think kind of needs to surface once we get these top 3 out here. She's fresh-bodied, she's balanced, heavy enough boned. I think, you know, still comfortable enough. Probably not just the loosest built one we've maybe seen, but I think comes and goes pretty consistent and honest in terms of width. Nice gilt there to start. You know, Bear we end up with in second probably just grew on me a little bit because I do think that he's got a rear leg that can get out and float and go pretty good just in terms of reach and comfort. That Bear's got a sharp look. He's got a little bit of pole, but I think still his head shape and just his jawline gives him a pretty neat look there. Head of his blade really level down his back line, heavy enough bone, a little bit flatter perhaps when you get right in tune, but I think just a little better balanced kind of an image in this gilt in third. I like some of the pieces in this gilt that ends up third here and what she does just from a shape and feature and just extra heaviness of duty perspective. I honestly thought when I weighed her she'd probably end up a nickel higher than what she does. I think when you get her back out here she gets just a little harsher and flatter wider right down there to the base of her rib, and I think one that can get just a little quicker and bunchier in terms of the way her hip's constructed, and probably wants to duck underneath herself just a little bit more. Some neat parts and pieces in her, though, that we can have up here towards the top end of the discussion. One that comes out next, definitely bigger center, definitely got just a little bit more on her in terms of bloom and fill. I think of those initial 4 or 5, she's the most fragile. When you really get into her and study her forearm and her head and her rear bone, I think she just needs to be intensified a little bit. I'd like to freshen her up a little bit from just a composition perspective as well. The young man does a good job with one that's really big-bodied and opened up there. Stout, powerful one that's a little stale in terms of his look. Like to freshen him a bit. We get into some here that we could maybe soften up just a bit, maybe change in terms of their skeleton. Another good class, though, as we work through the spots. Good job with those exhibitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of Class 2 spots. 10th place, Caden McNamara. 9th place, Moldro FFA, Seth Marshall. 8th place, Stigler FFA, Rebel Hanson. 7th place, Ryan 4H, Noah Hallmark. 6th place, Porter FFA, Carly Gwynn. 5th place, Muskogee FFA, Isaac Adams. 4th place, Coda FFA, Ryder Ratliff. 3rd place, Muskogee FFA, Gabby Green. 2nd place, Warner FFA, Baylor Kasinger. And your winner of Class 2 spots from the Buy-In FFA, Natalie Guthrie. Congratulations to all of our winners here in Class 2 spots. We're going to move to Class 3 spots. They're into the showing at this time in the spot division. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates in the spot division. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates.
Go there and visit with him. I can do it. He can leave really quick, quicker than he got here. I can figure it out. I'm just telling you. believes that, I'm all right.
Biggest class of spots here in the heavies, and I'm not going to lie, I think that this black arm gill, I think she presents a pretty logical place to kind of roll with in this class, and after that I think it's hard, and I think that you can shuffle several of them around depending on where you want to kind of land on priorities and such. Well, I think this black arm gilt is kind of the thing to do. Is I think that she's as out there as any in terms of feature and stoutness and just real power at the surface, but yet I think she's one of the most effortless ones out here in terms of her hip and hind leg assembly. I think that one's laid back in her knee. I think that one's angles on both ends are good. She's not the freshest headed one, the freshest right there just in her face and crest, but you get past that, and I think that one does an awful lot of good. She's what I like in here, and like I said, from there, it's when it gets tough, honestly. This young lady's dark gilt we end up with in second. It's probably just a little hard on the fact that she can get just a little wide behind at times there, when we first come in. You say you call that good enough? Very shapely, very bold and opened up, and actually I think uses her skeleton with just a little more flex and a little more give than does that than does the one that ends up in third. Neat pieces and parts in her for sure. This one in third's better bodied. She's fresher right through her center cavity, very level and good in terms of her upper line balance. Like to stouten her feature just a little bit as you get to the surface. More so for me, I think her blade can get just a nickel bit straight at times, and I think she can want to get just a little more permanent in the set to her hind leg and not bend her hot quite as good, perhaps due to the fact that her hip gets just a little more compact, but that one's still fresh. She looks right for just age and youthfulness like that about her. Kind of struggle with what to do with this bear. Obviously, wherever you sit on his ear set in this ring, that's your call. Well, where's he good? He's big-legged and he's comfortable. He's got a neat proportion from the side. Those things are all very, very good. His head reads just a little too mature for me to work him any higher, and when you get right in behind him, he's as flat and nondescript as any right there, just in the seat of his pants, but man, from the side, very, very comfy, very, very stout in terms of his feature and dense in terms of his build. This bear, when he can get, that young lady, she does a good job showing, she can get his top line just right, there's things you like about him. We get that head one way or the other, middle of his spine will get just a little lax at times. I probably get the most critical of him coming at me. He caves and funnels and flattens and brings his front foot in just a bit more. Length of hip, durability of rear leg, shape is good. Like to just change him coming at me there and change him in how his top line balances. Really shapely, stout featured, neat looking, proportional kind of gilt that comes out next. I just didn't know if she had enough comfort, didn't know if she had enough looseness of structure, and I think the longer we drove him, just the more tentative she got. But that's a big blade and a square knee and a good shape up high. Just like to see her get out and grab another gear there behind. This one coming next, stout, powerful one, gets a little more off balance, a little straighter in the set to her shoulder. We get into a few of them down here again. Plenty of dimension and power and heavyweight spot setting, maybe at times just don't blend it together quite as good. My compliments, challenging class to put together. Good job to those exhibitors.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the results of the Class 3 spots. Addison Qualls will be 13th. Avery Williams will be 12th. Olivia Pearson, 11. 10th place from the Porter FFA, Maggie Kirkley. 9th place, Wilmer Falls 4-H, Chase Kunkel. 8th place, Wagner FFA, Chrissy Lane. 7th place, Biggs 4-H, Layla Lee. Sixth place, Fort Gibson 4-H Boone Mosteller. Fifth place, Wagner 4-H Gracie Davis. Fourth place, Oakdale FFA Kaylee Wood. Third place, Morris FFA Jenna Wade. And first and second in class from the Porter FFA, Gabby Todd. We're going to bring back in our champions out of Class 1. Please make welcome from the Wagner FFA, Hadley Davis. Your Class 2 winner from the Buy-In FFA, Natalie Guthrie. And your Class 3 winner from the Porter FFA, Gabby Todd. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates here in the spot division. 3 to the sale with 3 alternates here in the spot division. All female championship drive here in the spot division.
Bring up a good point. Probably the first one that we've had all gilts. I know probably been a little bit heavy up to this point, but we do end up with 3 spot gilts out here out of each of these classes that I think are tremendous representatives. And obviously they're gonna hit the city probably a little different in terms of their maturity and obviously where they fall. I would guess from an age perspective here in a couple of weeks, but I would sure think they could all be pretty competitive relative to where they sit in their maturity. There's one that just absolutely suits me in terms of heaviness of structure, a perfect joint work, great freshness, great blend and balance. Young ladies Class 1 gilt, your champion spot. Congratulations.
Hadley Davis will be your champion for the Wagner FFA. Blaze Roper coming in second place out of Class 2. This will be selection for your reserve champion.
We dropped that second in, and I think she's one we absolutely get to discuss in here in just a bit. I guess for reserve, there's another one for me that, yeah, maybe you pick on her in a spot or two as time is caught up, but at the same time, make them this stout, make them this right down low and comfortable at the same token, and just correcting their build. I know it's hard to do. Young ladies heavyweight's going to be a reserve spot. Congratulations.
The reserve champion to be Gabby Todd from the Porter FFA. Gabby Todd, second place, will go out, and we'll bring in Jenna Wade. Third place out of Class 3. Jenna Wade, third place out of Class 3.
Third out, I guess I didn't have to go to the mic, but third out, another one that, again, I think, within that class, we talked about just where this one probably pushed the envelope and had some extras. Didn't know it just quite as smooth in terms of her transition points as your champion, but the young lady's second right there is going to be your third out to sale. Congratulations.
Blaze Roper will be your third selection. Emma Selvage, third place out of Class 1. Well, we'll take 3 alternates. Is that correct, Miss Gina? 3 alternates. Thank you.
I'll help you tomorrow. You won't have to work as hard. How is that, Selvage?
Your first alternate will be out of Class 1. Emma Selvage will be your first alternate. Emma Selvage will be your first alternate.
Good job. Is that right? Huh? Okay. Taylor Brown in. All right. So who else went out?
Needs Sailor Brown, fourth place out of Class 1. Sailor Brown, fourth place out of Class 1. From the high school FFA, Sailor Brown.
I seen one went out, and then the other one, she was going out, and I was like, well, dang, maybe she did go out. Maybe I done called the wrong one.
on Sailor Brown, Haskell. Sailor Brown, Haskell FFA. Sailor Brown, she coming in? All right, thank you. Sailor Brown, Wyatt Kirkley, Wyatt Hummer. Possibly 2 more alternates to be selected here in our spot division. A great big thank you to all of our ring help around ringside. Thank you to Connor State College for sending a few of the youngsters to take that extra 2 steps for a few of the olders. We appreciate each and every one of you all for volunteering to help out.
I ain't talking about either one of y'all. Whatever. Golly. I'm not talking about either one of you.
All right, here we go. Sailor Brown's entering the out gate. Ring right, second alternate.
No, don't do that.
Jenna Wade to be your second alternate selected. Kaylee Wood coming in. This will be your third and final alternate selection here in our spot division. Third and final alternate. Congratulations, Natalie Guthrie will be your third and final alternate. All spot hogs can be excused. Yorkshire Hogs. Remember, 8 o'clock start time in the morning. 8 o'clock start time in the morning. Yorkshire Hogs will be your final breed to show tonight. We'll start at 8 o'clock in the morning. Thank you to Bravado Wireless for all their work. Welcome all those watching online. We appreciate you watching. Yorkshire Hogs Class 1 entering the show ring at this time. Yorkshire Hogs Class 1 entering the show ring at this time. Be sure and stop by the VIP stage area over there. See Miss Leatherman and Miss Jamie. They've got the ear tags for sale again this year. Look something like that. You get a discount from A&M Window Tint, BKE Concessions, Charlie's Chicken, Chet's Hot Dogs, Hamlin's El Toro and the Pizza Inn, Runt's Barbecue and Speedway Grill, Watson's Barbecue Menu, and Woodco Outdoors. All of the money from the sale of the proceeds go back to each and every one of the kids here at the show. So please go by and see the ladies at the VIP stage.
be too late to eat. Lord have mercy. I can't tell Thomas that you're going to feel sorry for me. I'm going to start it down there.
You got a lot of different parts and pieces and styles and speeds in these lightweight Yorks kind of pieced together. Class winning bear, if he's a little longer and leveler hipped, I don't think it's close. And I still don't know if it's just that close for me as we kind of get him out here and driving. That's where I would pick on him. That's where I would fix him Past that, he's the squarest going away and the broadest, and yet still maintains a true kind of bone column as you take him to the surface behind. Incredibly dense in terms of his feature, round in terms of his forerib, opens up very good when you get on him, and yet comfort's still very, very good. Man, I saw this bull in second come out of the holding pen, and I said, yep, that's him, and then I got behind him, and I just cringed a little bit because to me, he's just a square hind leg set away from being one we can talk about to have a lot of fun with. Very sharp-headed, very balanced, very proportionate, very fresh, presented to a T. Just got to bring his hock back in and true him up from that view right there, and just how he drops out the bottom side of his stifle. The young man's bear that ends up in third, I pinned him early because I do think from just a fundamental standpoint, skeleton, squareness, levelness, build, very, very good. I think as you get him out here and maybe compare him to some of them on either side of him in class, he's maybe one that's at the biggest deficit of just bulk and power and stoutness. He's probably just a little immature yet, if you will. I like his feeding curve, though. I like his upside. When you think about him doing the right things there moving forward, I do think his build and his balance is very, very good. 4 and 5 both of those not short on power, not short on bulk, not short on muscle and stoutness. I like that about both of them. This Guild in second got a neat head, got a great back shape. I thought she wanted to get her rear feet just a nickel wide and not just plant and flex quite true enough behind. Young man's bear that comes next, he too wants to just be a little more permanent and to set to his hind leg. His presentation of skin and hair is maybe just a little harder for me to study. Big chest, neat head, big backed up high, some neat parts and pieces there. I think the top 5 in those Yorkshires are a very nice set as we get started here. A little more of a breeding geared one here perhaps. I like to square her rear feet up and see her just a little bit more stable there at the ground. We get into some there that just from a build and balance standpoint, we'd modify them just a fraction. Very, very good way to start this breed. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Your results of Class 1, Yorkshire Hogs, 11th, Rebecca Bates from the Sallisaw FFA. 10th place, Banks 4H Avery Bean. 9th place, Stillwell FFA, Aniston Taylor. 8th place, Banks 4H Easton Tennyson. 7th place, Tahlequah FFA, Kaysen Steely. 6th place, Oakdale FFA, Emery Jackson. 5th place, Porter FFA, Wyatt Kirkley. 4th place from Westville, Boston Butler. 3rd place, Morris FFA, Weston Selvage. 2nd place, Weber Falls FFA, Matty Rasky. And your winner from the Morris FFA, Zane Clark. Class 2 Yorks entering the show ring at this time. Class 2 Yorks entering the show ring at this time.
think they said like 14 or so in this class. And honestly, some of those bigger classes, you kind of think, internally you think, man, hopefully there's some split, obviously with some bigger numbers there. But we're 10 to 12 deep in this class of pigs that in prior classes again could have been in discussion at the top end of things. And I know it kind of drove them there a little bit longer, kind of wading through, but wanted to be very comfortable with what we had towards the top end of here and what we kind of showcased here at the end of things. Young lady's guilt right here just never quits. To me, that one, that's the one that I've had the fewest question marks on her skeleton. Really had no question marks on her skeleton at any time that she's been out here. I think foot quality, joint work, squareness, comfort level, angles, very, very good. Is she the most just out there one in terms of bone or hair or feature or shape? Probably not, but I think it just matches everything about her so appropriate and so correct. She's so fundamental, and that's why I like her in this particular setting. Young man's guilt with the blue spot there. She just aggressive muscle pattern, just very, very dense when you get on top of her. Broad coming to you in terms of her chest. Her issue for me becomes, she can still go and she can motor behind, but then you step in behind her just a little past the edge of acceptability in terms of her hind leg. Hawk up and forward. That one does a lot of things very, very good that are fun to study in my opinion. Okay, this bear that ends up in third then, he's got a couple things that probably sift him to where he does, but that's a good pig. He's long and level in his hip. He's got a better square hind leg set than the one that we just talked about ahead of him. I thought maybe from that same view, he's just a little flatter right in the base of his stifle in terms of real musculature when you get in behind him. For me, everything up front tips just a little further forward. His neckties a shot lower. His blade set's a bit more upright, and I think as a result, his front feet get the most suspect and the most questionable there when you get right at the surface. But that's a good pig that I think in his unique setting going to be plenty competitive for sure. This gill coming next, moderate, boxy, opened up in style, just a little round in terms of her kind, a little round in terms of her rump, and I think you can see there probably has just, kind of shares a similar hind leg design to the gilt we had in second of just getting a nickel wide and just not securing up behind. Beautiful pattern, sharp-headed, sharp-looking bear that comes out in 5. Just caves and funnels too much on both ends. You watch this guy come and go. He's got to be more honest and genuine in his width down low for me, but I thought his pattern and his angles and his flexibility worked him as high as what they do here in this particular class. Again, this bear at first, I thought maybe one of the plainer ones just in terms of shape and texture and feature, and he is, but I think his skeleton probably gets him as high as what it does. Just his ability to not be messed up in his basic build, get out and go. Again, I'd like to stouten his bone work, intensify him a bit in terms of his shape. We get into a few of them then, this kind of 7 through 8, 7 through 10 area. As a whole, these are some pretty powerful stout ones that for me have a build or balance issue that we want to pick on just a little bit. A couple of them we close with get just a nickel bit flatter. Very fun class of middleweight Yorks. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of Class 2 Yorkshire Hogs, Alston Ledbetter, followed by Lane Cantrell, Rosalind Smith, and Abigail Connor. 10th place, Dakota 4-H Haley Prince. 9th place, Cherokee County 4-H Hazen Miller. 8th place, Keys FFA Madison Hood. 7th place, Weber Falls FFA Chloe McGuire. 6th place, Porter 4-H Roxy Buckmaster. 5th place, Coda FFA Brody Walker. 4th place, Tahlequah FFA Kinley Steely. 3rd place, McIntosh County 4-H Cutter Ward. 2nd place, Weber Falls FFA Maddox Shelby. And your winner, Class 2 Yorkshire Hogs from the buy-in, FFA Allie Trotter. Class 3 Yorkshire Hogs coming in the Yorkshire Division, 4 to the sale with 4 alternates. In the Yorkshire Division, 4 to the sale with 4 alternates. The 8 total selections in the Yorkshire breed.
good. What did they say on my post? Anybody comment on it? You even see I posted anything? Yeah, I know they did. I'm confused. After you got up from your nap? Make sure
fun class of heavies. And set this young lady's guilt to the scale just a little bit later here that we use to land on. Initially, where her ham loin sits maybe bothered me just a little bit, and how her upper line blends together. You kind of get past that, and you get out here, and to me, she's the effective combination of the other two gilts that we've got in terms of having the right range of motion and the right comfort level, but yet opening up correctly, having the right shape to her forerib, and being plenty powerful just in terms of spread, in terms of volume there. Again, maybe not the stoutest one, and again, you'd modify her ham loin just a bit, but she's got strong pastern, she's got laid back angles, she's probably the best coming at you in terms of just chest width and squareness. It's a nice gilt to start. First one I pinned to end up second, and she's still got some parts and things that I really like. That one's heavy bone. Don't think there's a tight joint in her body. She could be modified in terms of her back line too. She'll get just a little slack and easy out here at times. I think it's a little bit different though than how that one does. Neither of them are just perfect in terms of their top line, but at the same time you tweak them just a bit there. This gilt needs more forerib. She needs more chest. She needs more engine. Just needs more real power right there behind her shoulder. I really like everything else in terms of just stoutness and comfort level, and still looking classy from the side. This could be the most out there one in third, just in terms of shape and forward design and spread up high, very stout and opened up, and particularly as she goes away, coming at you, she'll actually flatten and close up just a little bit more to her knee down to her front foot. I think of those three, she gets the tightest, the quickest in terms of just how she goes off her hip and hind leg, doesn't maintain the same kind of mobility and comfort. This one coming next, hip forward, I really like. Good head shape, a very, very clean crest all the way, how she blends back into her spine. Got a sharp look there. Her hip gets too round, or her pins start to duck just a bit more, wants to pull that rear leg underneath of herself. But great texture, great density. I think there's some good in her for sure. The young man does a nice job with this skill. She's giving him fits just a little bit. Heavy bone, sound one. I guess for me in a heavyweight class, I started to question, does she just have enough? I think that gilt concaves and flattens just a little bit more off of both ends. I'd like to just pry her apart and freshen her up a bit in terms of her look. Neat pieces in this bear, just in terms of back shape. He's got a pretty slick head. For me, he could use just a little more skull and jawbone, and just from a balance standpoint, you'll get just a little piece here in the way he's assembled and put together from the side. But again, I think there's some value there. Get into some that are plenty stout, maybe just a little more mature in their look, maybe struggle just a little bit more from a range of motion or a balance standpoint. Good class of heavies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your results are Class 3 Yorkshire Hogs, 12th place Mackenzie Savage from Sallisaw. 11th place from Cody FFA, Megan Randall. 10th place Vian 4-H, Olivia Guthrie. 9th place for Gibson 4-H, Aniston Childress. 8th place Muskogee FFA, Kylie Blue. 7th place Porter FFA, Trent Lang. 6th place High School FFA, Hayden Wentworth. 5th place Meggs 4-H, Grant Harvey. 4th place Wagner FFA, Hayden Hubbard. 3rd place Wagner FFA, Tinley Campbell. 2nd place Midway FFA, Gracie Ray. And your winner from the Porter 4-H, Leah Smith. Leah Smith will be joining the championship drive with her Class 3 champion. Going to go backwards, your Class 2 champion from Vian FFA. How about a round of applause for Allie Trotter? And your Class 1 winner from the Morris FFA. Let's hear it for Zane Clark. Y'all are a lively bunch today, I tell you.
Last breed of selection here tonight as we wrap up. I know we got a fewer breeds, but a lot of numbers to work through tomorrow, and very, very excited to get here and get rolling in the morning. And we finish out with these Yorkshires, and I think a breed that, just to be transparent with you, has probably had some challenge in a spot or two for me, just to put the parts and the pieces of the puzzle together, and you get them back out here, and I think you could probably say, hey, this one's got this or that one's got that, and justify some different different things. So, to keep it just real basic and real simple, which one hit me as the one that was just the hardest to criticize and yet the easiest to study in terms of just seamless transitions, in terms of the right kind of skeleton, in terms of the right kind of comfort to be a 2024 modern day Yorkshire. For me, that's the young lady's middleweight. She'll be champion. Congratulations.
Champion Alley Trotter for the Buy-In FFA, Maddox Shelby. Enter the ring. 4 to the sale with 4 alternates. That's 7 more selections tonight before Cal Horsley can go to bed.
For reserve, another one that, we picked on maybe in a spot or two, but at the end of the day, in a very tough class, this one was opened up, this one was broad, this one was square, and yet maintained comfort. And that's why I think that she needs to get in next. Heavyweight will be your reserve Yorkshire. Congratulations.
Leah Smith will be reserve champion from the Porter 4H. Gracie Ray from the Midway FFAs enter the ring. 4 to the sale with 4 alternates. The third selection will be Gracie Ray from the Midway FFA. Tinley Campbell, 3rd place out of Class 3. This will be a 4th selection for sale order. Fourth selection will be Tinley Campbell from the Wagner FFA. Hayden Hubbard. This will be alternate selection 1 of 4. Hayden Hubbard will be your first alternate selected. Grant Harvey. 3 more alternates. 3 more. Maddox Shelby will be your second alternate. That means Cutter Ward setting on go, drives on. He's a dancing on in, Cutter Ward. Congratulations, your third alternate will be Cutter Ward. How about Kinley Steely? This will be your 4th and final alternate selection. Zane Clark will be your 4th and final alternate in our Yorkshire division. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would give all of our Yorkshire exhibitors a little round of applause as they head back to the barn. That will conclude night number 1 of our Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show. Thank you to St. Francis Health System, your title sponsor. Enjoy the evening. Be safe in whatever it is that you're doing tonight. And Kevin Lane showed up, so enjoy the rest of the night. Good evening, and God bless.